Good afternoon, everyone. So excited to be here today to talk to you a little bit about simulated workplace in our Fab Lab. Our Fab Lab is in the United States. We service students ages 5 to 18 years old in our Fab Lab. And we're going to talk a little bit about our labs and what we're doing in order to bring the workplace into our schools. So again, my name is Jenny Lent. I'm the assistant to the Executive Director for Educational Programs at a place called Intermediate Unit 1, where we are an educational service agency. Mr. Tom Shutterly is down in the front row. He's our assistant to the exec for finance and operations. He's the key to all the money in our lab. And my colleague here, Sarah Durzo, who's our coordinator of innovation and design, and she helps to coordinate our Fab Labs. So just to give you a very brief history, Intermediate Unit 1 received our first stationary lab and a mobile lab at the same time in about 2015. We currently, since that point in time, have grown to 3 stationary Fab Labs in our campus schools. So Intermediate Unit 1 helps our local school districts by creating schools that support students with special needs. So our 3 campus schools support students with special education needs and also mental health needs that can't be met in a regular school building. So we have 3 labs, each of those labs, 1 in each of our campus schools. In addition to that, we have 2 mobile labs. One lab is pictured here with the snow, which I wish I was there. It's nice and cold in the snow back home. And we also have a van that's not pictured here that we take out around. You can see the map on the east coast of the US, kind of where we've been with our 2 mobile labs. Our 5 labs, 3 stationary, 2 mobile, again support students at the school age level. We realized in our venture that we began with an engineering curriculum and an innovation curriculum in the lab, and realized at that time we needed to also incorporate mental health strategies. So we also employ social workers who work full-time in our labs to help our students who have emotional and mental health needs. So we're addressing those mental health needs through social work and therapy during our Fab Lab time. We've done a few studies on that. If you're interested, let me know and I can share the results of those studies with you as well. In addition to that, we also have added some additional supports in our labs that I'll let Sarah talk about.
So some of the additional supports that we've added have been included the adjustable furniture for students that may have mobility issues, needing wheelchairs, tables that can go up and down and be moved or cleared out of the way, including touch devices and larger computer screens for students that have vision issues or just aren't able to use the functionality of a keyboard, being able to use that tablet and have things converted for them to still take and actively participate in Fab Lab sessions. And also adding curriculum supports through Fab Lab in art and in music. Our campus school students, we don't have a designated art teacher or a designated music teacher, and this is how we're able to incorporate that into their curriculum throughout the school day.
I should mention too that our students receive a half a day of academics and a half a day of social work therapy services. So if they need physical therapy or mental health therapies, that's half of their day. The other half is academics. So I tell you all of this because this has led to an evolution in our lab from just curriculum to curriculum and mental health to the next step, which is tying what we're doing in our lab to actual careers, and led to what a simulated workplace looks like in our lab. So I'll let Sarah talk a little bit about Denise's story.
So I started at the IU about 10 years ago. The first student I met was Denise. She kind of kicked off this whole Fab Lab career initiative that kind of transgressed into what we have today. But Denise, when she first arrived, she didn't speak to anybody. She participated in everything, but she would not open her mouth. She wouldn't say anything, hi, good morning, anything. When we installed the Fab Lab, you could start seeing a change in her throughout the entire school year. And by the end of the school year, she was talking more actively, participating more actively. And by her senior year, she had fully been participating and actively participating enough that she was able to participate in a competition where she had to present in front of a panel of judges and her peers, and she ended up being the winner. And what's nice about Denise is a lot of these students, they don't leave the area that we're in. She had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. with us to again interact with thousands upon thousands of people at a conference we were attending. She did great there. And through her work with the Fab Lab, she actually developed a passion for design. She graduated from our campus school and moved on to a technical college where she was studying graphic design. And she has since graduated from there and was able to further her career and her passion in graphic design. I don't feel personally that she would have succeeded as well or even recognized that passion without having the Fab Lab and having these tools and supports there for her with the Fab Lab equipment.
So we're telling you Denise's story only because Denise went from being someone with a speech impediment who did not talk to being able to fully speak in front of people just by utilizing the Fab Labs and the therapies that we provided. She was the catalyst then for us to take our Fab Labs to the next level, which was simulated workplace, because we realized that students like Denise were not being offered career tracks, and we wanted to better prepare them for their future and their future careers. So what is simulated workplace? Simulated workplace started in the United States in West Virginia. They started a program at their schools called Career and Technical Centers, where students would go to learn technical trades. In those centers, students led businesses that they co-owned with outside enterprises. So outside businesses would come into the school. They would create a co-owned student-led business that they would call a simulated workplace. And they would follow the same rules as a workplace in the United States. You would clock in and out. You had kept a timesheet. You had certain things that were your job to do during the class periods when you were there for the business. These experiences replicated business experiences for students who might not otherwise be able to get out into a business before they graduate high school to really get a feel for what that career is all about. Really, the mission of the simulated workplace is to transform the culture of education and how we do business with industry. So in the United States, the companies are very separated from the school-age children. There's not a lot of connection and working together. Simulated workplace is a way to bring businesses into the classroom and create partnerships to prepare students for career pathways. And this is just one way to do that. Simulated workplace is not really a curriculum as much as it is an environment that you create with that business partnership. And our lab was the perfect place to pull a business in, which we're going to talk about in a moment, to really set up a workplace environment for our students so that they could see what it was like in a certain career path. It really does give students voice and choice because students run the entire business. It's student-led as opposed to teacher or business-led. They're only there as a consultant. This is hard to see, and there's a lot up on the screen, and I apologize for that. We do have a QR code at the end that you can scan and get this entire presentation and all of our resources as well on our last slide. The simulated workplace really follows a structure similar to a student going out to get a job in the United States. The first thing you have to do is fill out a job application. The student has to fill out a job application to be part of the simulated workplace classroom. They have to then take the next step, which is to be interviewed, just like you would for a job. So it does follow the similar process to the students being hired for a job. Once they're hired in the simulated workplace, then they lead setting the expectations, setting the business plan, and the direction for where that classroom is headed. They really do work as a team on project-based learning. They come up with their own logos, they come up with their own company name, again in conjunction with an outside business. So it's really setting up a nice partnership and pathway. So when students are done, they can move right into that business place for a place of work. On the right-hand side, you can see we also partner with manufacturing companies in our area who all utilize these 6S standards in their workplace. So we incorporate those 6S manufacturing standards into the simulated workplace. Students have to make sure that things are sorted, straightened, cleaned up, everything's standardized, they're trying to be sustainable, and they're safe. And they have checklists for all of these things inside the classroom, just as they would inside a manufacturing facility. There are barriers that exist for our students in the US as to why it's not easy for a student to connect to a business. The first barrier is transportation. Transportation costs in the US are very high. So it makes it difficult for us to transport students out of the school setting and into the business setting. So the simulated workplace brings the business into the school and cuts out that transportation cost. Workers out in the businesses in the United States must have child abuse and background clearances in order to be around our students in a K-12 setting. So because of that, that's a barrier for some organizations. So instead of them worrying about getting all of their workers' clearances, which costs money, they send one or two that have clearances into the school to work with the students. The school schedules in the United States don't allow for much flexibility for students to go out to workplaces, and there's definitely a need for businesses and education to partner more. There's definitely not a connection between those two right now that's strong. So simulated workplace can help alleviate all of these barriers and bring the business into the school. So where did IU1 go with this? We began a pilot with Falling Water. Falling Water is an architectural building by Frank Lloyd Wright that is about an hour from our campus school, which is Colonial. That entity we've worked with many times because Falling Water and its architecture are really about connecting architecture and nature, and how Frank Lloyd Wright had built his Falling Water home. So this connection has been strong with us. Our mobile lab has gone to Falling Water many times to do courses on engineering and design, but we've never had Falling Water come into our classrooms. So this was a great opportunity for us to bring Falling Water and their business into our classroom. So our students met with Falling Water and said, what business do you have that we could replicate in our classroom? And that one business was their museum store. They actually have a store where they ask local artists to submit or pitch their ideas that can then end up in their museum store. And they said to our students, wouldn't it be great if we helped you build a company, a business plan, and you were able to produce things that you could sell then in our museum store, physically in the store, and then also in our online store. So that's how our partnership with Falling Water was created. So our students are practicing a lot of skills around professionalism, business plan preparation, operations, and then also utilizing our Fab Lab to produce those items that will be sold in the museum store. We do have a curriculum. It started out as a 9-week curriculum, and we can get into more detail after if you have questions. We really talk to them about job applications, interviewing, get them through that process. Then we help them by giving them some ideas about business names and logos, but really at that point, the students take off and do their own business name and logo. They start to prototype, they learn about packaging and retail space. All of these things that you see up here occur with our teacher in the Fab Lab and the Falling Water business representative, who also helps to instruct our students. We also then utilize our special education math teacher, who does a lot of work with pricing, shipping, packaging, and the financial piece of this curriculum as well. So we utilize a variety of content areas to teach the students. Up here, you'll see a few of our lesson plan ideas that our students have talked about and developed, all the way through prototyping and then pitching their prototypes to Falling Water. For us, the next step of this simulated workplace is to extend what we do with Falling Water to get more products in their store. We're going to finalize our curriculum with them this fall, and we're going to expand it to be a full semester course that students can take. And then we also are expanding our partnership with other businesses and organizations. So currently, we have our own online store for our students in the Fab Lab. And we are going to partner with another organization or company who conducts a call center to teach our students how to enter the workforce at that entry-level call center position. And those students are going to take calls and orders for things that are seen on our website and in our store. So we're going to start connecting more than one business back to the Fab Lab and getting them all connected together for our simulated workplace. So we're headed in that direction this school year.
So moving forward with pre-apprenticeship, some other additional partners that we have are Catalyst Connection, as well as Bots IQ. Both of these organizations work with our campus schools as well as our surrounding districts. Catalyst Connection, their goal is to connect manufacturers in our area to help develop the workforce through those in education. So through our students, whether they're at our campus school or within our school districts. They utilize a pre-apprenticeship model, so students will take the courses that they have, working closely with not only just Catalyst ourselves, but also the manufacturer that they have been assigned with. It shows students a different avenue to begin a career. Many of our students might not move on to a 4-year school, but it also shows them that they can do something in a trade, which would be 2-year, or through the pre-apprenticeship model, some of the courses, when they pass them, they can go right into the workforce right out of high school, which is a really big deal for a lot of our students, to have that option to just go from high school straight into the workforce, so they're able to start to support themselves and grow in their own career path. Bots IQ, they also have a robotics pre-apprenticeship program. They are very similar to, I don't know if anybody's seen like BattleBots, something similar to that, where the students as a team or individually can build robots. They work with us to modify, they're beginning to work with us to modify a curriculum specifically for special needs students, so that they can meet all students' needs. So trying to be a little bit more inclusive and making sure we're reaching all of the students that we serve. They do tie at the very end of the school year normally, and they'll have a competition where they invite those who are involved in Bots IQ to come back, which is a day-long competition. They have to present their robots that they have constructed and built as a team or individually, and then they do have a battle, which is very similar to the BattleBots, if you've ever watched that on TV. Something also to mention about the pre-apprenticeship programs is that they also provide students with those soft skills that you need to even get in the door. So just being able to communicate and collaborate with other people, being able to talk, how to present yourself when you walk into an organization, things like that are very important to our students that we serve at our campus schools, to help them move forward in their career.
So Sarah brings up a good point. A lot of the opportunities that you see up here that we're providing are not provided to students with special needs or students with mental health needs in our regular school districts. So we're trying to open doors to that population so that they can be successful in careers in society when they graduate school. So again, our goal is really equitable opportunities so that we can provide underserved and special needs populations with tools that they need to find career success. Like I said, they don't oftentimes get these opportunities in their own schools. And we have created many partnerships, but are still working on so many more. There are so many business avenues out there that can connect back to the Fab Lab. We're just working to try to get businesses to realize the benefit of being connected to us and the pipeline that they can have then to future workers. If you are interested in this PowerPoint or any resources that we talked about today, we do have a QR code up front. It will take you to the PowerPoint as well as the resources associated with the presentation today. Thank you so much for your time. If you have questions, please come find us and let us know. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you, Jenny and Sarah, for the um, amazing talk. So our next talk will be with Emilio from Appropedia at 3 p.m. Yeah. So maybe let's grab a coffee and let's wake up a bit for Emilio. And this will be followed by the talk of Jennifer Romer with Super Fab Lab, sorry. Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from your coffee break. So, we're continuing now with Emilio Belis and his talk about making and open collaboration for global surgical training and medical repair. So,
Thank you. Let's see, yes. Let me just test this. Yes. All right. Hello. Thank you for coming. I want to introduce myself first. First of all, I'm super wet. Um, I had to go back to the hotel to get an adapter, and so I'm hoping to be close to the screen so I get dry soon. So sorry about the look. Yeah, and to introduce myself, I am from El Salvador, and I am now executive director of the Appropedia Foundation. So we run. Yes, this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so we have a wiki for sustainability, and we work with different organizations who are trying to basically do knowledge management and knowledge transfer. So this is one of the examples that I wanted to share with you. So I'm going to blend a little bit about the Global Surgical Training Challenge, and then talk about some of the research that came around it, and then give you like a little prompt to you makers of how you can be part of it. So yeah, to begin, the Global Surgical Training Challenge is a competition that has been around for over a year now, and it's been funded by the Intuitive Foundation, which is a foundation based in California. And then there are different organizations who have been partners of this endeavor. One is MIT Solve, also Challenge Works, which used to be NASTA Challenges, and the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland. So we've all been working with teams of surgeons, makers, innovators to develop surgical training modules, right? So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what this entails. So first, the goal is for them to be low cost. So the idea is for democratizing access to surgical training. The premise of this challenge is that there are already lots of simulators that in many countries you can find, where practitioners come and do tests to learn how to, perform a C-section or remove a gallbladder, etc. But in low and middle income countries, these are expensive. So the issue is, how can we create training modules and simulators that are low cost, that are reproducible? And I'll talk a little bit about reproducibility and what it means in this context. And then that there's a component of practice and self-assessment. So in a way, it's very akin to the maker culture in the sense that there's a lot of learning by doing, right? So makers have to practice something until they do it right, whether it's 3D printing or laser cutting, etc. So it's similar with surgeons. They have to practice, and they have to know where to put their hands, and it's some sort of a skill that they have to acquire, right? And they need to have someone telling them whether they're doing it right. Otherwise, they won't know. So in most cases, they need to go to an specialist surgeon who's teaching them. For example, by having a room full of cameras, they come, they perform a procedure, and then other people review the video in different angles, and then they say, yes, it's been well done or not. So the same elements have to be present in these low-cost and reproducible modules. So yeah, so this is one example of a simulator, right? So these are proprietary, very expensive, in some cases mannequins like this, where students or professionals, they practice some skills. In some cases, so I'm telling you what I've learned because I'm an engineer. So I'm not a medical practitioner, but I've been learning a lot about this. In some cases, some practitioners never get to practice other skills that are outside of their specialty. And doing that requires going back to school or et cetera, et cetera. So it's not very accessible, or it can be quite expensive. And then in other cases, other than these types of simulators, there's also VR, AR, or robotics, but they're still expensive. So it's similar to the to how the people who are pilots, you know, they fly a plane and with this cabin, etc. So it has to be a fully immersive experience in a way, and that requires a lot of expensive equipment. So the goal of this challenge was to bring in these three main components. First, educational material, so material that can be released in an open source license for either students or uh, medics, doctors in specific areas, or surgeons who want to learn how to perform a new type of procedure. So they have to go and read material, and then maybe they need to be tested in a way, right? How can they test it through quizzes? And then physical simulators, right? And this is what is relevant to us here. How can we make low-cost simulators that can be reproduced in a low-resource environment, put it in place, and have people play with it? And then finally, digital tools. In some cases, apps. It could be other types of computer programs, VR glasses, to have the fully immersive experience of doing the surgical procedure. Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about some of the insights that I've gained and with the rest of the team by doing this. But personally, from a maker perspective, first, that there's a strong focus on reliability, which is very different in a way. The type of reliability that's needed in the maker culture is very different from the one that doctors need. And the reason is that if you come to the hospital and you need someone to perform a procedure on you, you want to ask them, where did you learn? And you might, not feel okay if they say, well, I was testing on this 3D printed toy and there was a game that was buzzing when I wasn't doing it right. So how can we make sure that not only the simulator is reliable in the sense that it can be reproduced well, but also that it is teaching the skill that is required to perform surgical procedure successfully, right? So that kind of reliability requires a lot of study of the before and after and the educational aspects of the skill training. And then a need for expertise in metronomy and calibration. And this is interesting in the sense that the human body is a machine that's very specific. And if you're going to simulate some of the variables of the body, you need to make sure that every single time that you pull out the device, it does the same thing, so that people who are testing or doing some sort of skill practice, they're able to consistently know whether they're doing it right or wrong. And that requires for the people who are making the simulators to know the tolerances and to do perfect measurements, but also the people who are facilitating or operating these machines, that over time there's a fatigue probably from using or tear and wear, and that they know for how long they can use the same simulator, or when pieces need to be replaced or repaired, etc. So this is an interesting aspect of making that I know that especially people from the FAB Foundation have been discussing about metrology, how to, metrology. I think that I put the wrong word. It's metrology, right? So it's measurements and having a comparison between a pattern and whatever you have in place, and then calibrating. And then considering what happens after something is built and used, the tear and wear, as I mentioned. And finally, reproducing results starts with the physical artifacts. And that means that it does not stop when you have built something and you say, yes, this device, this simulator is exactly as the specifications require, and then we test it, we calibrate it, but rather does this actually perform the task that is required for it to do, which is to teach a person to perform a procedure correctly without errors, etc. So, um, so that reproducibility comes afterwards, and usually measuring educational goals is so difficult, right? Because you need to know what the person was doing before, what are the common mistakes that they might have when they're performing a procedure, and then how to correct it, and then whether the person did correct it, and by which degree they have corrected it. So um, there's a lot of measurements coming in all of these simulators. And I want to show you one example. This is a simulator, part of one of the 10 finalists who are uh, doing this device to test how, basically teaching how to perform a gallbladder surgery on a patient. And you can see that many of the pieces are electronic. In some cases, these simulators have 3D printed parts. In some others, they're made with wood or with bolts. But in this case, it requires, you can see electronic board, etc. And then this is how it's used. You can see here that these the tools here that are being simulated, so the person can operate. And this usually comes in conjunction with an app. So you put a phone inside, and that becomes an AR device. So with the phone, you can perform that procedure and know whether you're doing it right, and you can play with the patient basically without any risk of killing anyone. And just to make it clear, usually the way that doctors learn how to do this is live with patients. They have a person behind them telling them what to do, and then they perform the surgery. And if they do something wrong, then someone steps in and sorts it out, right? So this is a good way of not doing that. And this is another example. This is from a team in Guatemala that is using, in conjunction with the physical simulator, a VR tool. So this is a screen cap of the video with the glasses, where you are in a scene of a car crash. What happens in Guatemala is that the people who do first response are firefighters. So firefighters usually are told not to perform a tourniquet because there's this idea that they won't perform it well, etc. So with this, they can use the VR to assess whether there's a situation that requires applying a tourniquet. And then after that, there's a simulator that I will show you later that they can use to physically apply the tourniquet and apply the pressure until the blood stops to know whether they have done it right. This is another example, which is all safe, also for a similar as the Indian team. And this one is a cardboard box. And the moment that you see this, you say, yes, this can be a laser cut, right? And it was an interesting device because we learned, for example, that in some places, getting cardboard is super difficult. I think it was in Sudan that cardboard is non-existent. So we're looking for alternatives on how to make these simulators. But here you can see that there's a phone app that is used in conjunction with the simulator. It's very low cost, and then the performer can see how well they're doing the procedure and get some feedback on the go while they're doing this. So there are two ways in which a person can assess whether they are actually learning. The first one is the mechanical feedback. So the idea is that these simulators have to give you some sort of a buzz, or you have to visually have a sign that you're doing it correctly or incorrectly so that you can correct while you are performing it. And then the second one is the peer-based video assessment, right? So this is the part of the equation where a person anywhere in the world, they can record a video of themselves using the simulator to perform the procedure, they put it online, and then other students can review the performance based on a checklist. And this is based on a study that says that even non-expert practitioners can evaluate correctly other performers if they have a checklist in place, right? So this is an idea of having a peer group of people at a distance or within their peers to evaluate each other's work and performance on a procedure, and then saying you're doing this right, this is not done right, and then they can use that information to correct in the next session. And yeah, this is very interesting. I'll make a small parenthesis because these two things are very similar to the DIN spec. For example, for open hardware, there's a specification that was developed by a group of people in Germany for open source hardware. And one of the ways in which we're evaluating whether something is well documented in open hardware is by doing peer assessment, right? So it's interesting that in the maker movement and in the medical surgical training, we're doing similar things. So this is the first insight that I want to bring in as I continue doing some other comparisons. Yeah. This is an example on Appropedia. You can go to Appropedia right now and look for the tibial fracture fixation module. And yesterday we had a session, a workshop on it. So these are 3D printed tibial fracture models. So it's a male tibial bone model in two parts. So the goal of this module is to start by having a knowledge review on phase one. You can see it there. So you can go review materials about, how to, if someone broke their tibia, what do you do, and what's the procedure, etc. Once you've done that, you can do a self-assessment quiz, and you say, okay, theoretically, I know what's going to happen. Then you can use the simulator to put the two pieces together, perform the procedure, and it gives you specific instructions either for building the simulator, whether the 3D printed parts are correctly made or not, and it gives you examples of things that are not well done, they are well done, etc., based on the result, and then showing you photos. And then how to perform the procedure, what is done wrong, how to align both pieces, etc. And yeah, and then gives you a checklist for practice. So this is how the procedure is performed, and this is a simple simulator that people can use in a medical school by, for example, working with the Fab Lab, getting the G code or the STL files, downloading, printing, and then running a session, right? Or, yeah, in general, it's very simple. And there are many others. We have around 15 modules right now on Appropedia, and we expect to have more. And here's a checklist on the kinds of things that you would be asked to do, right? Have you wore gloves? Did you put on your gloves correctly? Yes or no? And then checklist. Did you perform the procedure in a way that the bone is such and such? Yes or no? And then based on that, it gives you feedback, and then you can review it yourself. This is the example that I was mentioning from Guatemala, the crash sabers trauma. This is the Tourniquet Simulator. You can see here that the engineer here is putting the tourniquet, and they're discussing how this, here you can see this, the blood, right? So there's a little hose there, that has some pressure being applied. So you need to know how much pressure is good. If you put too little pressure, then the person might lose the limb. And if you put too much, then it might also happen the same. So you have to do the right amount of pressure so that the person stops the bleeding in chance to go to the hospital. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some insights from documentation, right? Because the work that Appropedia has been doing has to do with supporting the makers who have been working on the documentation, and I consider myself to be a documentarist, right? I love doing that work that everyone hates to do. So I wanted to bring in some insights on what do we have in common and what do we have it as a difference. And the first one is about quality requirements. This is something that you will see, for example, during the COVID pandemic. There was a lot of discussion within the makers of, let's make a ventilator, let's make all these devices that can solve these issues. And doctors are like, no. You know, there's like a big barrier between what makers can do sometimes and the actual requirements that medical equipment has. They have to go through a lot of stress tests and reliability in order for something to be used successfully in a hospital or to be recommended by doctors in a non-emergency situation. So yeah, this is an image that represents the typology of hardware devices. So you have, of course, it's super small, but it has, for example, documentation about the device. It may have all types of information about the license, the cost, the bill of materials, for example, assembly, tool settings, etc. So there's all of this information that comes within the things that we make. And that documentation is very complex, right? So we see it as a unit, but when we turn it into knowledge, then it becomes more and more complicated. So we did something very similar by designing an ontology for the surgical training, taking into account that what we saw here is only a small part of the rest of the things that the modules have. So there's the hardware, there's the software, and there's the knowledge materials that people have to work on. So we're moving from a documentation-based approach to a knowledge product-based approach, where a knowledge product is more like the communication and what types of things people need to have in place in order to learn something. So basically, it's an approach for hardware to teaching or for skill training. And on Appropedia, this looks like this. This is a screen cap of an API for one of the modules. And then you have here information about the language, license, you know, like is it part of a module? What SDGs? So we have our 1500 solutions are based on different SDGs, and you can sort them out in different ways. But there's also information about the documentation, about the files, etc., that you can take and then reuse for doing data wrangling or for enhancing discoverability. And we're also thinking about how all of this information can help track the quality and how we can think of the quality requirements and achieve them by having good documentation. So the first point is about knowing what quality means for domain experts. And this is making us move from our place of comfort and going to doctors and asking them, what do you think quality is? Or what do the judges see as important in the evaluation of these modules or of the surgical simulator? And then assessing what variables are critical for that quality, taking all of that into account, and then tracking those variables using the documentation. So there's part of the work that's being done by the teams who are creating the documentation, and then they submit it by having the metadata in place, but then we help them a little bit, just testing, making sure that the quality of that documentation is well done, and by having a simple checklist, basically. So it sounds ontology metadata, but it's a checklist of, did they do this? Did they, add this, etc. So yeah, and then communicating that quality to the right audience through the documentation. And when I speak about the right audience, I am thinking that the documentation, it's not meant at all times for the same type of people, right? So in some cases, we may have users. That's one example. The person who's using the simulator, they want to know what's important and quality, what's quality meaning for them. Then for the facilitator, it might be similar, but there are different approaches to the information that they need in the documentation and in the communication piece for them to understand how to use the simulator. So one example could be that both facilitators and users have in front of them the simulator at the same time. But the facilitator has to calibrate the device and then has to know how to set it up. And then users come and play with it, right? They perform the surgical procedure. So there are differences in what information is important to them. And then it's also important to make that differentiation between these groups and then the people who are creating the modules. The people who create the modules, for example, they might be interested in more technical specifications about the materials, about the quality after it's being made. And then also the people who are doing the maintenance to know when it's good and when it's not good for performing the procedure. Yeah, so checking the calibration physical performance over time, and then predicting the device failures. When is it going to break, or how do we know when it's no good to continue being used? So the other insight is about self and peer assessment. And with this, we just had, I was stranded in Berlin because I didn't have a visa to come to Indonesia. And luckily, this came out. We had a paper with a couple of colleagues about specifically documenting and assessing the innovations of this challenge. So I have a copy. And what we spoke about basically are two things. First is how to do collaborative design of the quality control for making things with the domain experts. So this is like working with a new group of people as makers and asking them, what do you need to know whether this thing is well done or not? And then the second one is the self-assessment of completion and quality of the documentation. So this is more for the people who are creating the modules and for the judges, knowing what is expected in terms of the quality and how can they track how well they have done their work. So this comes with, with a past. Here's Alessandra, that we had a workshop in 2019 with a few colleagues about basically this, which was how to collaboratively design an ontology for open hardware. So we had different types of experts. Many were legal experts, some were technologists, and we gave them different types of metadata to do a card sorting game. And using this, we came with this result for this group of people in terms of the information that was needed to describe the piece of hardware. So using this principle, we did something very similar by asking experts in the surgical field, and specifically appropriate technology for surgical training from the University of Stanford and other organizations, to give us who will use this and what kinds of information needs they have. For example, we found that there could be users like a person in a very remote area, and they found that they have to learn to perform a procedure. And the requirements might be different from a person in a more semi-urban area or in an educational institution. Maybe they have different requirements and they're going to be more strict in regards to whether they know how to do the procedure well. In some cases, it might be that, you know, the person didn't die, they're okay, and that's good enough, right? So all of those requirements come with different requirements as well of information to do the evaluation. And this, in our case, we have translated this into, for example, having an ontology turned into metadata that can be used for people to evaluate what things they've added, for example, and we're going to think about building new tools of, do you have a license for your hardware, or do you have the tools? Do you have a list of tools that are required for this, or do you have a bill of materials, right? So depending on who's your audience, there are different requirements for quality, for hardware, and you can see that in, for example, when you go and see the works of Fab Academy, right? Different people have different information because there are different requirements in what they believe is important other than what they have been asked to provide. And you see that in all sorts of platforms the same. But we also are building, as an example, one of the tools that we're building is a tool that takes this metadata from the API of Appropedia to obtain the OSHWA certification. So they don't need to leave the platform and go to the site, but on Appropedia, we can check whether the documentation is complete and automatically request that certification. So we're in the process of finishing this tool. So this is one of the insights of how, by asking people and working with different communities of domains of knowledge, we can find the right way to document. And for different groups, it might be different. And we're coming to terms with the fact that we won't be able to have one standard to rule them all, but rather we'll be working collaboratively with new groups to know what they need, what are the needs in terms of evaluation, assessment, etc., and then to create the tools to make it work so that the people who are creating the content and sharing the documentation have everything in place. And then about bringing makers and surgeons together, which is something that is so hard, right? I think from both sides, there are very, very valid questions. So one of the things that we're discussing right now is how can we help from the maker community to aid in the repairment of almost anything. Right, Intuitive Foundation right now is trying to fund makerspaces and different organizations who are interested in maintaining, fixing things, and most specifically surgical equipment or tools. So if you know people, I know that Makers Asylum, for example, and we have some people from Makers Asylum here, they're doing that work already with Intuitive Foundation, and we want to know who else is on the field of fixing things. And maybe we can come up with finally how to fix almost anything course for doing this kind of work. And then creating spare parts for equipment. There's lots of tear and wear, and one of the big problems right now with development in surgery or humanitarian response is that they cannot bring expensive equipment if after a month one piece breaks down and there's no one in the area to fix it. And this is something that happens very commonly, that there are hospitals in low and middle income countries with really good equipment that has been donated, but there's no one who can make it go back again, because there might be a part that can be 3D printed. And despite the fact that makers, we know about creating products, etc., doing reverse engineering is not one of the things that we are very interested in sometimes, because it's a lot of work, right? And it's not necessarily something that people locally are interested in doing, but it is something where the most impact can be created, right? So this is one thing to consider. And also, if you know people who are working on fixing and creating spare parts, I'd love to have a chat with you. And then finally, adapting and repurposing materials. How can we reuse materials that are left over from medical equipment that can be repurposed, etc. So yeah. And then next frontiers of work is evaluating the quality of physical products with the domain experts. Knowing, for example, we have a bunch of simulators right now, and we're interested in knowing whether they can be improved in a way that then we can test and people can have better feedback. For example, improving the self-assessment. Yesterday we had a workshop for the tibial fracture fixation module with Adriana, who's here, and Enrico. Adriana actually has the bone models. You can look at them if you're interested. And one of the comments that Enrico was making was, oh, you can put a pressure sensor on the Tourniquet Simulator and see exactly how much pressure is on it on a screen and know whether, or give you a light, you know, that kind of design work that makers can provide to already existing simulators. And you can notice that there's a focus more on the function than on the shape. So that is an interesting thing. Thinking about the engineering part of the physical variables that come into the body and how we can reproduce them, and then how can we improve the way that we understand them. And then documenting and communicating better. We need more documentarians, please. People who love to sit down and write documents or taking photos, making sense of the things that are being built so that they can be reproduced more easily, especially in areas where makers are not common, or where other people might want to come and become makers. For example, doctors who can have 3D printers in the labs to start creating or reproducing pieces. Then the calibration and metrology, as I mentioned before, the learning how to calibrate the variables of the human body in a simulator so that it can be well reproduced and that people will know, for example, if they're performing pressure on a tourniquet, whether they're not going to cut the blood, they're going to cut the blood flow without damaging completely the leg, right? So this is one of the many examples of how strong but delicate the human body is, and how it is important to make things that are very well calibrated. And then using the maker skills for maintenance and repair, as I mentioned before. And then I wanted to show you, just to finish, some of the people that will be working with Intuitive Foundation. You'll see the FAB Foundation there and some other organizations. We're basically having this biomedical repair alliance. So there's going to be opportunities for building biomedics products or for surgical training modules and for repairing equipment. So if you know people who might be interested or organizations who want to be part of this alliance, let us know. I'm going to be here today and tomorrow, and I'll be super excited to have a chat with you. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emilio, for the great talk and Appropedia. So check it out online. It's really nice. We had also Emilio talking at our roundtable in February. Yeah. So let's take a look at the next talk and the next speaker. So Jennifer Romer will be starting with her talk at 4 p.m. Or Jennifer? Ah, okay, even better. Then I have perhaps like a wrong Excel sheet. Might be. So welcome. And Jennifer will be presenting a talk on Super Fab Lab, establishing a hub and spoke model for Alaska. I hope the video is going to work from here. I see that here in the
Good afternoon, everyone. And we apologize for the delay. We are here representing the Cook Inlet Tribal Council from Anchorage, Alaska, and we're going to talk to you a little bit about our fabrication lab and the work that we do with young people. Cook Inlet Tribal Council serves Alaska Native and American Indian families in multiple capacities in the Cook Inlet region of Alaska, as well as throughout the state. We are going to give a more detailed introduction of ourselves in a traditional way that we work with our students. And so you're going to hear a lot about the history and geography of Alaska today because it's integral in the work that we do with our young people.
So, and this would have been the video that we wanted to show you guys, but technical difficulties, and you can look up CITC Fab Lab, Come As You Are was the campaign, so you can look it up, it's there. We created it together with our participants. But we would like to start with introductions the way we do it with our students when we work in the Fab Lab. And we will explain a little bit later why we do it that way. Jen, do you want to start?
Sure, I'll start. My name is Jennifer Dungatuk Romer. My mom is Darlene Wright from the lower Yukon and the and the interior region of Alaska. So I am Yupik and Gwich'in from her side of the family. My Yupik side, from my mom's side, comes from the lower Yukon River, which is a large, mighty river that goes all the way into Canada. And my Gwich'in side, which would be American Indian, is from the Black River on the Canadian side, before nation-state lines were drawn. My father is from Bethel, the lower Kuskokwim River, and I am Yupik from that region as well. So I represent 3 different indigenous tribes from Alaska. My Yupik name is Dungatuk, and just to give you a little background about that, Yupik names are given to you after someone important in the community passes away, you're handed their name. Yupik names are unisex, so they do not represent a gender. Some of those names have meaning, but my name is what we call a play name. So it's like the equivalent of a nickname. So it doesn't have a meaning, but what we believe is that after a name is given to you by a family member of someone that passes, then you tend to take on the personality traits of the person whose name you were given. And we have seen that time and again for generation and generation that actually happens. So that's a little bit about how we introduce ourselves, and I'll hand it over to Emilia.
And I'm not indigenous to Alaska. My name is Emilia Clark, and I'm originally from Poland, from Katowice, and it was great to connect with the Czech team here, just because we're neighbors. And I come from a family of teachers. Both my parents are teachers. I grew up in the region that used to be German for more of history than it is Polish right now. So my culture is kind of in between Polish and German. And I moved to Alaska about 4 years ago because my husband is from there, and I had very little context to what Alaska even is. And it's been this journey of discovery about Alaska as a land and about Alaska's people that I get to work with now. And I've been a Fab Lab instructor for 3.5 years now. As a kid, it's one of those jobs where you don't even know that it exists as a job, but since I discovered it, I've been loving it. And we are here to tell you about what we do in our Fab Lab in a much colder and a much drier place than this. You can imagine that this climate is pretty hard for us to navigate. So this is us.
As I said before, much of the work we do in our Fab Lab has to do with the cultural identity of the young people that we work with. So those are indigenous people from all different tribes in Alaska. We wanted to give you an idea of where Alaska is in respect to the rest of the world. But I'd also like to give you an idea about how large Alaska is. Alaska, as a state, we're the 49th state in the United States, and we are 1/5 the size of the entire United States. So if you can imagine, climate is very different depending on the region that you're in. And we're going to talk a little bit about the history of Alaska, as well as the resources, because it's very important to Indigenous people. Indigenous people have been in Alaska for over 10,000 years. So if you can imagine, we know the land better than anyone else that lives there. I'm going to talk to you about the Indigenous people and a little bit about each of the regions. If you look at this map, it's representing the different regions of Indigenous people in Alaska. Each of these regions have respective languages. So if you can imagine, there are over 20 Indigenous languages in the state of Alaska and many, many more dialects than that. The United States federal government recognizes over 500 Indigenous tribes. Over 230 of those tribes are in the state of Alaska. If you look at these regions, the orange one is Inupiaq and St. Lawrence Island Yupik. It is very, very cold up there. This is the area that you hear about when you hear that it's 24 hours of daylight in the summer and 24 hours of darkness in the winter. So they're above the Arctic Circle. The people in this region would be considered Inuit, just like Inuit people from other countries, like Canada, Greenland, and what have you. The yellow region is Yupik and Chupik. They would also be considered linguistically related to Eskimo languages. So I'm Yupik from that region. But we're Southern, so we would not be considered Inuit. But that would be an Eskimo language. The purple region is Unungic and Alutiiq, and they are a completely different language region. And as you can imagine, each of these regions represent very different climates. Down in Unungan and Alutiiq area, it's very damp, it's very cliffy, and the ocean, the Bering Sea is to the left of Alaska here. And it is a very, very harsh waters to navigate. The middle is Athabascan. So Athabascan groups, which is also my Gwich'in tribe, would be considered American Indian. So we're gonna have very different resources. The language sounds very different. The dancing and artwork is very different. And down below here, the green is the Eyak, Haida, Tsimshian, and Clinkit tribes. And they would also be considered American Indian, and their climate is very, very different. It would be more like the Pacific Northwest, so it's rainforests with very, very large trees, and it rains quite a bit. We do get some snow down there, but not as much as other regions of Alaska.
So, and I've asked Jennifer to give us a little introduction to all these 5 groups, because Anchorage being a hub in Alaska, we work with kids from all these cultures, and it's quite the mix. And we have chosen from each one of those 5 general regions, because then there's sub-tribes in each of those groups, one invention that comes from those regions that we don't even know. Sometimes we don't even know it's a thing and it was a tool at some point. And sometimes we don't even know we use it today, and we don't know it comes from the people of the North.
Yes, and so one of our overarching themes for the work we do with our young people is traditional knowledge meets modern technology. So we're using the technology that's been very useful and successful for thousands of years, but recreating it in the fabrication lab. So traditional knowledge meets modern technology. So first we're gonna look at the Inupiaq and St. Lawrence Island Yupik. What you're looking at here is a bola. And like I said, this region, it's very cold up there, but if you can imagine, waterfowl, such as duck and geese, will fly north when it's spring and summertime, and then they fly back south in the fall and winter time. And so a bola here is basically a weapon that's used to catch waterfowl in the north by Inupiaq people. And if you can imagine, you whip this thing around and throw it towards low-flying birds, and it wraps around the birds and pulls them down to the ground. And so this is how Inupiaq people would hunt, and we have recreated this bola.
Everything is covered with white snow, and the snow reflects the light. And this is where what we know today as sunglasses come from.
Yeah, so this is from the Yupik and Chupik region, and they will be dialectically different but live in a similar area. And these are snow goggles. So if you can imagine, when the ground is covered with snow and the sun shines on the white, it's very, very bright. And so these were created thousands of years ago, so the first sunglasses, and it's just a small slit to block the sunlight from going in your eyes when you're out on the tundra hunting.
So, and we have a 3D printed, this is how we start teaching 3D printing to our students. We have a step-by-step tutorial how to make these and then throw them on a 3D printer in order for them to discover their technologies, but with the touch of technology, of modern technology. And then the next group, we have the Athabascans, who are the people who came up with snowshoes. Can I have a raised hand if anybody here has ever before been on snowshoes? Okay, we have a few, good.
So as you can see, these snowshoes are made out of wood, but the material inside is what we call sinew. And sinew would be made out of the, it comes from moose and caribou, and it's material that's very thick, like thread, almost between thread and leather. And so that's what's used here. And as these were invented to go across the snow so that you wouldn't sink down when you're hunting or going on the trap line, they're emulating a certain animal that we have in Alaska, and that's the lynx. A lynx is able to walk across snow without sinking in because they have very, very large paws. And so it spreads out the weight distribution, and they're able to go across the snow without sinking down in. And so that's what snowshoes do.
And project-wise, we have also developed a project to make snowshoes out of PVC pipes and rope for our students. It's a task where you have to be very patient with the weaving, and our instant gratification students had a hard time persevering through that, but nonetheless, it was a very satisfying thing later on to put them on and actually be able to walk through a field of snow. And then the next group might be the aesthetics that you might associate with Alaska, even though this is just a small region. And this is the Eak, Haida, Tsimshian, and Clinkit tribes.
Yes, so like I said, these tribes live in what we would consider rainforests. So they have very, very large trees, very much like Washington State or Northern California, Oregon. And what you're looking at here is an archival picture with a traditional dug-out cedar canoe. And then the top one would be out of a museum in Ketchikan, and that one is more artistic for display. But this technology, as you know, you use canoes, and this technology comes from the people of our area as well. We do have projects where students are able to carve a miniature version of this. And so, as you can imagine, we service students from many, many different tribes, and some of them are very connected to their tribe and their culture, and others, because of historical reasons and things that may have occurred in their family, are not as tied to their culture, so they're learning. And what we're able to do with the fabrication lab is show them that modern technology can recreate the traditional knowledge of their people. And if you can imagine the amount of confidence that that builds in students, and to be able to have a strong cultural identity also helps with academic performance. It's been proven. And so we like to nurture this in the young people that we work with.
And this is my ultimate favorite. Did you know that kayaks come from the people of the north? And that was a whole journey for me, working on a kayak project for a kayak camp that we had with our middle schoolers. But the Unanga and the Sukpiak people are also people from the shore, so they were expert navigators on the water and could do amazing things, whether transporting or hunting using the kayaks here.
So as you can see, this kayak might look a little bit different than ones you see. If you look at the front end of the kayak, you can see this pointed design. That's because the waters are so harsh. I told you that the Unangeng and Sukpiak come from that far southwest region, and the waters are very rough, and they used to hunt all types of sea mammals as well as otter. And so as Russian influence came in, a lot of the otter were taken down to populations of almost extinction because they were trying to take the furs back and trade, particularly with China. So you can see the design of this kayak is a little bit different than my people's kayak, and that's because the waters are harsher, and that front pointy end helps them go through the rigid waters.
So this is a little bit of a background of what are the traditions and the cultures of kids that we work with. They are very, very rich. And as Jen said, some kids are really rooted in it and some barely know that they are native and where their family comes from. And I've also asked Jen, because of her experience with that, to share with us a little bit of a context of education in Alaska, because it's also different than in most places I've been to or encountered. And as you mentioned, it started, well, not really started, but there was the Russian influences in the beginning of contact with white people.
Yes, so we're going to look at a timeline here, and this is a little bit about some of the historical things that have happened to Indigenous people in Alaska. It's very important for us as educators that work with young people to understand this, because there are generations of family trauma that have impacted our students and their families. And so in order to help educate students in their cultural identity and nurture and enrich that, we also need to understand a little bit about the history. So if you look at the first bullet point, we're talking about boarding schools here. And in Southeast Alaska, in the Sitka area, a gentleman by the name of Sheldon Jackson pulled together a meeting of the various churches that are now represented in Alaska. So if you can imagine, what they did was they regionalized the state of Alaska. And so if you think about like Presbyterian and Moravian and Catholic, Episcopalian, all of these different religions regionalized the state of Alaska and created boarding schools. So they were trying to prevent Indigenous people from speaking their language and continuing their heritage. They were trying to basically westernize them. And so as you can imagine, if they tell you that your spirituality is sinful and they don't allow you to speak your language and you're punished for it, we have a lot of language laws. So there is a big revitalization movement, and this is helpful in the Fab Lab because we do have culture bearers that help us to teach the students the Indigenous names for the various things that we're working on. After we move into boarding schools, I want to bring up a legal case called the Molly Hooch case really quickly, and that's because it was very impactful to schooling in Alaska. Like I said, students were sent away, often forcibly, to boarding schools. And in the late 70s, a family did not want their daughter to go away to boarding school. So they ended up filing a court case that went all the way up and changed the law. And so it made it so that the state had to create schools in small villages so that families could remain together and intact, because that's very much an important part of learning about our culture, is learning from our aunties and uncles and our grandparents. And if you're away from that, then you're losing a lot of the cultural identity. Moving forward with the education movement, a group of Indigenous educators from all different generations came together and created what we call the Alaska Standards for Culturally Responsive Schools. And this is how we guide academics through many school districts in our state. And it's a document, it's a guiding document that helps people to understand how to create culturally relevant teaching practices in your classroom. So it was a very positive movement. The state adopted these standards right next to the academic standards that are guiding school districts. And it's very helpful. I was actually on the committee that created these standards and developed them. And I was very young at that time, but it was awesome to look at how our elders wanted a youth perspective, because that's how our Indigenous communities work. And I actually have taught in different states in the United States. So Washington, D.C., if you can imagine, is very, very far away from Alaska. And I taught at the inner city of Washington, D.C., and my teaching philosophy was guided through these standards. And so they were written with an Indigenous lens, but with the intent that they could be used for any culture in the world. So if you would like to find out more about that, I can share the document with any of you at a different time. And I want to move forward to the most positive thing that I think about with educating our people and embracing the traditional knowledge that we have, is to think about self-determination and Indigenous people creating their own pathway to education and success later on in life. So we're really guiding what we're doing with our students to have a strong college, career, and life-ready pathway. So Cook Inlet Tribal Council, as well as community partnerships that we have, has helped us to create self-determination for Indigenous education.
So as you can see, we live in a very unique land and with very unique people. And a few fun facts here, because I think that there's a lot of fun facts about Alaska. This is our road system. These are the highways that we have, period. And the statistics are that about 82% of Alaskan communities are inaccessible by road. So then you have to find other ways to get there. And one image that's very commonly associated with Alaska is dog sleds. Wouldn't that snow be amazing right now? And it is, in fact, still a thing. It used to be the main means of transportation before snow machines and before planes. And this here is us hopping on a plane to go visit one of our partner schools in McGrath in interior Alaska. So this is how we roll. Alaska has 6 times as many pilots per capita and 16 times as many aircrafts per capita than any other state in the US. So the scale, it's not just a big land, but there's also a lot of land to cover. And Anchorage is down here in like the south central part, and Anchorage is a hub. This is the biggest city, and with a stunning number of inhabitants pushing 300,000. Can you imagine that? And then the funny thing about that is that this is nearly 40% of the population of the whole state, which according to the newest census was 736,000 and a little bit. So this is all the people in Alaska. Like some of the cities that you guys come from have more people than that. So we are pretty sparsely populated there. And because of the nature of the land, we saw how this culturally relevant education, and especially the hands-on part of it, how this is a game changer for the kids that we work with. Because as you can imagine, these are kids who are kind of historically wired to learn hands-on, to learn by imitating and by watching their elders and just learning from other people, learning from the land, the skills that they would need to survive and to live in this harsh country.
And to add to that, historically, the Indigenous people in Alaska did not have written language. We lived through an oral tradition, and we have very set ways within each culture that you learn. And so oftentimes you'll go learn from someone different than your parents or grandparents, depending on the tribe that you come from. And because our language was because our culture was through an oral tradition, everything we're learning is by observation and doing rather than reading. So that is not something that is historically practiced by our people. And so I think that it does play a role in how our students like to learn and are most successful with learning.
So you can imagine that the kids we work with, they love the Fab Lab. They absolutely love it, whether they are tech oriented and love STEM, or they don't even like mentioning that, but they love coming to the Fab Lab and just making things with their hands and observing. And so we were like, okay, this works for the native kids here in Anchorage, and it would be a total game changer for kids in other places of the state. But how do we scale up? How do we get it out there? And you all know that starting a Fab Lab is a pretty heavy lift. It takes a lot of money, and it takes a lot of organizational power. But even if you leave the money aside, because I think that money can be found if there is a will for it, but it takes very dedicated organizations and people who are going to actually like be the Fab Lab, be the spirit of it. And in Alaska, given our remoteness, this is even harder to find than in other places around the world. And this is kind of where the idea was born. What if we, out of our hub in Anchorage, what if we partnered with rural schools, because the schools are already out there, because they had to create them after that lawsuit. And what if we tried to connect with dedicated teachers who are already there, they're already part of the community, and we could train them, we could equip them with the micro lab. And the micro lab is a laser cutter, like a desktop version, a 3D printer, a vinyl cutter, and a tool chest with supplies and hand tools that they might use for projects. And we have developed a curriculum that goes with it, lesson plans that help them kind of just plug and play and do those projects, those culturally relevant projects with our students. And thanks to several grants that we got from the US Department of Education, there is an Alaska Native Educational Program, and Department of Defense, National Defense Education Program. We were able to partner with, right now we have 17 schools around the state, and the list is growing. We still have slots for more. But we were able to partner with wonderful educators who are already there and who are, I would say, humble enough to learn new ways of teaching that would be appropriate for the kids that they are working with, so that the kids they have can learn in the way they were wired to. And this is a rough map, and the network is still expanding. Some of the communities are off the road system, some of them are not. But one thing that we noticed when teaching, like training the teachers, and then we also held what we called educator camps at our lab in Anchorage, so they were all coming to town. But it was interesting to see that what meant the most for them was meeting one another, the other teachers, and networking, and sharing their ideas, and sharing what successes they had, and sharing the sorrows that they had, and just being together in it, even though soon enough they're going to be separated by thousands of miles and kilometers. But just knowing that there is other people around that I can call, that I can email, who might be of support for me. So that was an interesting part that came up, the community part with the teachers. And here's a couple of pictures from the educator camps. And I think that what we have in common is, with the teachers and also as we are here, is that we want our students to succeed. And we want them to have good jobs in STEM, right? But there is much more to being a successful human than having a good, well-paid job in STEM. Because there is so much about our emotions that we have, and we learn to handle them. We learn what to do, how to harness them. There is so much about the values that we have and the character building. That was, if you were here for the panel, that was really cool to hear. It really resonated, that the character building, where the Fab Lab is a great place to foster that growth. And I think that we all share the culture of the cooperative learning and sharing knowledge, and there is curiosity and scientific rigor, and there is a culture to Fab Labs that we all share all around the world. But then also each of our Fab Labs is planted in a specific community, in a specific culture that has its language. Sometimes it's the country, sometimes it's the region, and sometimes it's a mix but every person that comes through the door brings in their culture. And what we have discovered with our kids, and then also working with the teachers, is that oftentimes tapping into that culture is going to be instrumental for the growth of the person, because you are uplifting their dignity, uplifting who they are. And this is so important for growth. When you even think about growth, growth usually begins with roots. And our culture, as much into it or disengaged from it we might be, this is where our growth oftentimes comes from, and we see it with our kids big time. And one other thing that we're starting to develop is expanding our reach, because we work with K through 12, kindergarten through high school kids. But then what if the kids are out of school? And they're still humans, and we still care about them. We still want to work with them. So this is where this program came up.
Yes, so you're looking at our first cohort of adult learners through our entrepreneurial program. And what we've done is created a community partnership in which we are able to help by utilizing our Fab Lab with adult learners that are trying to start their own businesses. They also take courses on how to write a business plan and how to seek financing. And this is also driven through our Indigenous cultural identity. So this is our first cohort, and we will have other cohorts going through. But this speaks highly to Cook Inlet Tribal Council and the Youth Empowerment Services Department, our commitment to innovation and continuing ongoing lifelong learning for our community. And so we are getting ready to expand. We are currently in a smaller building, and we have a Fab Lab there, as well as after school programming and camps that are through culture to help enrich culture as well as academic performance. We will be moving in 2023 into a super Fab Lab. So we will have much bigger facilities, and we hope to expand our entrepreneurial programming so that those students that go through our K through 12 Fab Lab experiences can have the opportunity to be creative and think of a business that they may want to own someday.
So now to give you a little bit of a question to think about, and I'm going to make this rhetorical, so just think in your head, what is your culture, you as a person? And then what are the cultures that you are among? Because sometimes it might be the same, sometimes it might be completely different. But take just like 30 seconds to think, what is your culture? Where do you come from? Where are your roots?
And as you think about that, I would like to share a definition of culture from one of our elders. And the definition of culture from one of our elders is the way in which human beings pattern and utilize their energy. The way in which human beings pattern and utilize their energy. So think about, what is the culture of your community, the community that you come from? And how could you possibly integrate that within the work that you do in the Fab Lab?
So we see in our work, we see a lot of value in upholding culture and upholding community that becomes kind of a pod in which our children just love to grow. And this is why we do those traditional introductions like we did in the beginning, because we like to get to know one another, because learning doesn't happen in an anonymous setting. Knowledge used to come from a person. Now it comes from the phone. You can just, all the knowledge in the world is pretty much at our fingertips. But really wisdom comes from other people. So we want to get to know one another. So we do it every time there is a guest or a new person in the group with the students. But what it also does, over the course of time, we see how more comfortable they are with saying who they are. And you probably all had those students who are like just talking very quietly, and you have to like really, and then they have a mask on and you can't understand what they're saying. Practicing that and the repetition and the building upon the skill has been really, it's such a simple task, but it's been really instrumental in giving our kids the confidence. Because we do believe that it's not necessarily the math theorems that they're going to memorize at school that are going to make them successful, but it's the sense of belonging and identity that they can have that's going to give them the confidence they need in order to succeed in life, whatever it is they're going to do.
Yes, and to add on to that, I would like to say that effective, culturally relevant teaching practices come from building relationships. In order to have culturally relevant teaching, we have got to build strong relationships with the learners that we work with. And this becomes very evident as students continue to return to the Fab Lab. I know we heard a presentation earlier where they were talking about students choosing to attend these after school activities. And so we want to make it engaging, and they need to feel like they are building strong relationships with our staff so that they have assets to stand behind and advocate for them and help nurture their cultural enrichment.
So we have the relationships in place, and then there is also values, where different cultures and different people might live by different values. But how we try to inform our practices is, this is a list of Alaska Native values. Every tribe that we saw before, they will differ a little bit, but this list has been put together by makers of Molly of Denali. It's a PBS show, and it aired in 2019, and this is the first animated show on TV with an Alaska Native girl as a lead character. So like it took until 2019 to have that show out there. So it's amazing. And these are values that are most commonly shared among all the Alaska Native groups. And we use these to inform and like to stem our lessons that we're doing based on these values. And you can imagine that a lot of them, like having patience. There is a lot of projects where they have to have patience, but it's rooted in something that they know, something that they can connect with. And I would like to go ahead and show you a few projects that are based on Alaska Native crafts or technologies. This is a group of students making laser-cut dog sleds. And when doing the dog sled lesson, we are talking about the value of caring for one another and respecting each other, because dog sleds were used to transport goods to other villages for trading or as gifts. And people would come to, in Alaska, winter is the season for festivals because there's not that much to do. So people gather and celebrate. And this is one of the models of the dog sled. And can you imagine harnessing this to an Ozobot or to a Sphero or any other robot, and then telling the robot where to go? Like you can program a path, and it actually starts making sense. And we are modeling this after the Iditarod, which is the longest dog mushing, dog sledding race in the US or even in the world. So, and the origins of that was delivering a serum to Nome, to one of the more northern communities. So they're actually doing something good while programming that. They are bringing a serum to a place that has an epidemic at that place. So this is the dog sled.
And just to give you some background about how long that race is, which takes place annually, that race is over 1,000 miles. So dog mushers go through all the terrain of Alaska for over 1,000 miles.
And then this next project here, this is a Clinkit halibut hook in the making. And halibut is a bottom feeder fish living off the coast of Alaska, and they can be up to, what was it, 500 pounds?
Yes, the record is close to 500 pounds. So if you can imagine, it's a bottom-dwelling white fish that can get very, very large, but they taste better if they're smaller.
So that's about 250 kilos, roughly. So they can get huge, and you need a special hook to catch that. But while we're learning about this and making these, we are talking about sustainable harvesting and how this is also a native wisdom to take only what you need and take only as much as you and your family will need and leave the rest, because then the seas can repopulate themselves. Then the next one is, like I said, one of my ultimate favorites. This is parts of a kayak being cut on a laser cutter. We created about like a foot long or 30 centimeter-ish model of a kayak that you can laser cut and then put together in order to learn about how great of engineers their people were, because how do you build a kayak on a wooden frame in a place where there are no trees? Because a lot of the kayaks are built in places where no trees grow. And again, you have to exercise the value of patience because you wait for driftwood. But it sometimes takes a long time for the right piece to appear on the beach. to make the bow or the stern or the different pieces. And there is just so many amazing details about the traditional kayaks. Like in some places where wood would be rubbing on wood, they had bone inlays in there to prevent the wood from breaking because the wood was so precious. And in some places there were ball joints because the kayak was not built to be rigid, but to work with the waves, because that was a better solution for the rough seas that they were navigating. So it's just an amazing way to show the kids how clever and how ingenious their people are. And this one here there is a really cool story. We had a camp one summer where we made these dance fans. The dance fans are traditional. This is from the Yupik culture, so from Western Alaska. And men would have dance fans with 5 feathers like that on some kind of a piece of wood. And women would have them with caribou fur. So there is kind of like a fringe of caribou fur. And we made those dance fans using LEDs. So every feather is mounted on an LED and it acts as a fiber optic pretty much. So we made these dance fans. Then we made Yupik drums, which are about yay big, with an Arduino and a piezo sensor and a strip of LED lights around them, so they light up every time you hit the drum. And we made kasbaks, which is well, I'm not going to go into how deep the traditions go, but it's kind of like the precursor to a hoodie. So if you imagine a hoodie made out of cotton with a big pocket in front, and we added EL wire around the pocket. And then at the end of the camp, when kids were finished with their projects, we invited an elder who taught them how to sing a few songs in Yupik, what are the dance moves with the dance fans, and the drumming. The girls were all about dancing, the boys were all about drumming, and they didn't want to switch. Don't know why, that seems to be a pattern. And it was just amazing how the kids were super excited about making it all, and then the culture came alive, because someone came and actually taught them how to use it. So it's not going to be an object that you just put on the wall and it's like, oh, it looks nice, I made this, but I'm actually using it. And for me, the most precious moment was a few weeks later, one of the campers came back just to say hi at the Fab Lab, and he told us how he wore his kasbak, the one that he made, and he was not great on the sewing machine. Like he was not really skilled. But he said he wore his kasbak with the glowing wire to a wedding he went to, and he was so proud that that was something he made that came from his people, that he wanted to wear it to such a great occasion as a wedding. And this was just a picture of how the projects that we do, how they come alive for our kids and how they give them the confidence in who they are, because this is not a given for our students. And this is how we're trying to build identity and belonging into our kids. There is STEM learning, there is a lot of that, but we want it all to have that underlayer of connecting to their identity and giving them a place where they belong, where it's okay to be them, and they can be proud of who they are. And this is kind of going off of the other question. You have your own culture, and then there is a culture of your Fab Lab, and that culture is fostering something. So also I just want to throw it your way. What is the culture of your Fab Lab? And there is the shared culture that we all have around the world, and then there is the things that are specific to you and the things that are specific to the people that you work with, and how can you uphold that to give the belonging and the identity to your people so that their growth can happen in a place where they would want to grow, and where those roots are really giving them the nutrients, if you will, to foster that growth. All right.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about the potential that Cook Inlet Tribal Council sees in our Indigenous families. We're going to tell you a little bit about a video game called Never Alone that was created by Cook Inlet Tribal Council. And this is very important to the Youth Empowerment Services Department, because then our students can see potential career opportunities for themselves, and that it's very important for our people to be seen in mainstream society and culture in the United States. So this video game was created based on a traditional Inupiaq story. So the story comes from the Inupiaq people that are way up north in the orange region that we showed you. And it's about a young person who fights a great blizzard that threatens the community's survival. The 2014 video game was produced through Upper One Games in cooperation with gaming company Eline Media, in which Cook Inlet Tribal Council has ownership interest. CITC chose to invest in the video gaming space to create a transformative learning experience for players and add diverse voices not yet seen in video games. So we'd like to show you the trailer for this video game.
If it's gonna work, I don't know. Because we did have trouble with the videos. Oh. Okay, now the question is there gonna be sound? Well, so there is no sound, but you can see how artfully the game is made, and it follows the story. So the different tasks that the main character here has are parts of the story that is being told by an elder. So there was a whole team of culture bearers and elders who were involved in making of the game. And it's made in a way where you can really identify with the main character and the tasks that she has. It's a girl and the Arctic fox, who is her helper. Okay. There's hope. Okay, so this might be another thing for you guys to Google. So the first video to Google is CITC Fab Lab, Come As You Are. That was a campaign with our participants. And then Never Alone, easy to remember, the video game.
So Never Alone was groundbreaking because of its inclusive development process. And the game was designed in collaboration with more than 40 Alaska Native elders, storytellers, artists, writers, and cultural ambassadors. The result is an artful and accessible educational game which incorporates Inupiaq legends, cultural practices, and traditional worldviews. Its recognition includes a Peabody Digital and Interactive Storytelling Award. And we are very happy to say that because of the popularity of this video game, we now have a sequel coming out. So part 2 of Never Alone will come out. And you can go to any of your app stores on your phone and purchase the video game if you'd like to check it out.
Yeah, and the cool thing about the game was where the idea partly came from was we are largely a grant-based organization, and the nature of grants is you have a cool program while you have the grant, and then the grant runs out, and then the program is no more. And we even had kids petitioning, like writing petitions to continue some programs that they felt were essential. And so for CITC developing this game, this was us trying to find other sources of income that we could create something that is going to bring the revenue so that we can be independent with some of our programming that we think is essential for our people and continue the work regardless if the grant money comes through or not. So this is the self-determination part there too.
Absolutely. It's directly tied to self-determination and sustainability for the future education and lifelong learning of our people.
And so this concludes what we had to share with you guys today. And I would really like you to take that question home, that what is your culture? What is the culture of people you work with, and how can it be uplifted? And how can it be part of the community that you are? Because this is the waters that we swim in, whether we realize it or not. And this is what we need as humans for us to develop character, to develop those relationships that are going to keep us sane and keep us healthy, and that are going to, in the end, make us successful.
And we'd like to conclude with an Inupiaq proverb, which says, now that you know, what are you going to do about it? Thank you very much. Goiana.
Thank you. So we're going to a quick break, and our next talk will start at 5 p.m. The speakers will be Kirsten Widow from Global Innovation Gathering and Kate Armstrong from Fab City Foundation. And the title is Global Panel. So it's a panel, co-creating a decentralized network for future manufacturing. So I see you in, well, 20 minutes around. Thank you.
welcome back to our talks. It's my pleasure to be here to introduce a project that is close to my heart because I'm also involved in this through the Fab City Foundation. I would like to invite Kirsten to come to the stage, who is the moderator of this next panel, which is dedicated to a project called Make. Yes, and I think you have some more speakers coming up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kate. Kate is also one of our Make project colleagues, so it's lovely to have her on the stage with us today. Next up, I'll be bringing up Anna, and she will introduce herself shortly. And coming up next, we have Kuldeep, all the way from Bangladesh. And last but certainly not least, Frank, all the way from Ghana. Great. So thank you for coming to our panel discussion today. On behalf of the Global Innovation Gathering, we're here to promote community and network of hackers, makers, innovators across the globe, trying to focus on societal issues and create change. And we are part of the Make Consortium, which we'll be talking to you about today. And I'll pass on to each of my colleagues just to introduce themselves before we kick off with our panel.
Thanks, Kirsten. Hi, I'm Anna Lowe. I'm from an organisation called Manufacturing Change, and I work on topics to do with the economics of changing the manufacturing system to one that's local and circular.
Hello, my name is Frank Bentum. I'm with Africa Open Science Hardware, Africa ARSH.
Hi, I'm Kuldeep. I'm from BRAC. I'm also from Field Ready and also from Ethereum Foundation. Thank you.
So just to give you a bit of context about our project, we are aiming at working to connect African digital innovation hubs and makers and maker spaces to European digital innovation hubs and makers spaces. But today we're here to talk to you about the future of decentralized manufacturing. And we're going to kick off today with our first topic, and that's about talking about the practicalities. I think what's important to us is that, you know, we can hypothesize and talk about what it could be like to have a future of decentralized manufacturing in a, you know, blue sky, moonshot kind of context, but there's a lot of realities that come with that need to be discussed if we're going to get anywhere and make the change that we're all trying to create. So we'll pass on to our colleagues. The way we're going to run our panel today is being a little bit more interactive. So we have 3 different topics that we will be talking to you about today. The first one is practicalities, the second one is networks, and the third one is systems and looking at changing the way the systems work to be able to improve the possibility of decentralized future of manufacturing. So our first topic, practicalities, I'll pass on to my colleague Frank to give us a bit of an insight from the Ghanaian side of manufacturing, specifically looking at things like the employment range and how people are creating change in Ghana, as well as the problems in terms of practicalities. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Kirsten. So this image here is from the Swami magazine in Kumasi, Ghana. It's not actually a magazine, it's called a magazine because during the colonial period, the British had their armories in Swami, which were called magazines, so it was named after that. So Swami magazine is an industrial clutter full of over 250,000 makers, innovators, and in this space, everything that is created is manual. They don't have any high-tech tools, and they are involved in metal engineering, fabrication. There is also auto repairs and machinery repairs also. Now, in this part of Ghana, everything about hardware, anything about hardware can be found here. It is a perfect place for customization. Whether you want to build a product or you want to buy any hardware product, be it machinery or auto, anything about cars, vehicles also, it is in this space. And this space is full of people, so many talented and creative locals that creates so many innovative projects. So the thing about this space is everything about innovation in Ghana, people go here. They're the most reliable people for innovation and customization of hardware project here. There is nothing like useless hardware. These people re-innovate, they reinvent, they reproduce, reconsume, repurpose every hardware component in Ghana. And this is one of the best places for decentralized manufacturing in Ghana.
Thanks, Frank. And interestingly, today I learned from a colleague of mine who's from Jakarta that they have a similar industry there as well. So it seems to be quite a developing world context that these things happen in, and maybe not so much in a European context. But I'll hand over to Anna to give us a bit more context on supply chain, logistics, and how these places are creating innovation and change.
Thanks, Kirsten. Perhaps if I could actually first address the point, building on what Frank said, of the future of places like this. Swami Magazine in particular is a place I know a little bit as well. And in spite of the huge amount of creativity and skill that's there, there's also a lot of fears for the future jobs of the 250,000 people who work there. So it's grown up, a lot of it repurposing used vehicles. And as vehicles become more and more electronic, the second-hand cars and buses that are shipped down from Europe become harder and harder for these skilled guys to access and for their skills to be valid. So there is a real need to find ways to upskill them into some of the newer digital technologies, and also to look at some of the precision of the manufacturing, because although these guys are super creative and they can do pretty much anything, they can do anything in a one-off. And metal is cut with a handheld gas torch. There's very little replicability. It makes it really quite difficult.
And it's also important to note that they provide training and education for locals, especially high school dropout. That is how they transmit knowledge to apprenticeship. So most of the locals who are high school dropouts come to Swami, and through apprenticeship they learn the trade of making. So it is one of the main sources of employment in Kumasi and in Ghana also.
Yep, and just to get a perspective as well from Bangladesh, what are your experiences in the practicalities of future manufacturing?
Yeah, Bangladesh is a tale of two worlds. Bangladesh has a very high-end manufacturing sector, but that's essentially acts like an oligopoly. It has 4 or 5 major production houses that focus on plastics and electronics and other sorts of manufacturing. There's a ready-made garment manufacturing. I'll take that outside of this picture. But there are 5 or 6 major plastic production companies that take almost, let's say, 90% of the entire revenue market of manufacturing in Bangladesh. And even though, and on the other side, there is a entire, huge informal sector of local manufacturing in Bangladesh, especially mostly in Old Dhaka and in older parts of Chittagong. These are like, Chittagong is an industrial port, like a port area, and then Dhaka is the main city. They employ hundreds of thousands of people, probably millions, in informal manufacturing sector. But the piece of the pie that they get is very small, and the income that they get is less than $1,000, less than $100 per month, right? And whereas the entire money for the manufacturing goes to these oligopolies, big manufacturing companies. So there is a tale of two worlds there in Bangladesh, which is very unfortunate. And one of the things we're trying to do is reinvigorate that local manufacturing, informal manufacturing sector. Part of it is by building capacity and quality control, making sure they're using more robust production quality control processes of doing good FAI, FPS, tool quality monitoring, right, to quality investigation, and then also introducing more technology like metal CNC, so that molds can be made in a much more high quality and precision levels. And that's one of the work that Field Ready is also doing. And through BRAC, we're also supporting the makers into building that production capacity, quality control capacity.
And I think that for me, one of the things that's really important when we think about the future of manufacturing, it's not just how to replace the work these guys are doing with a load of digital tools, it's how to tap into and access this massive installed base of skill and capacity. And, you know, are there some sort of targeted small interventions we can do that can really make a difference to the quality of the output that they're able to produce, and thus the markets that they're able to target?
Yeah, I think those are really good points. I mean, in many of these places, we find that these informal setups are created, but yet they're not really mapped and they're not really discussed. But yet this is where innovation is happening and where things really are taking place. So in terms of Fab Labs, as an example, this is maybe even the birthplace of those before they were formalized into more Fab Lab contexts. Maybe also just tapping into a little bit about the supply chain, because looking at manufacturing, if you can't get the raw materials that you require, having the machinery is one of these issues that will always be there in terms of manufacturing from small to larger scale for any informal sector. So whereas at the magazine site, they're looking at using maybe hardware that's been thrown away or waste products and materials. How do we find and tap into the practicalities of the supply chain in terms of materials for manufacturing if we are to decentralize it?
I mean, I think that's one of the perennial problems, whether you're looking at an informal sector manufacturing place like this or a fab lab that's attached to a university that can't get hold of 3D printer filament. I mean, it's, you know, it's the same problem. I think in the long term, the answer has got to be far more localization of materials. And for that, we need to be adapting machines and designs of products to different types of materials that are available in different places.
What we're doing in Bangladesh, especially with working with makers, is that any new products that the makers make, that's part of our network, is that they are not just making the maker manual and the risk assessment documents, but we're also kind of enforcing them to like make a map of all the raw materials, like suppliers from which they bought those products from. So now for every oxygen concentrator design that is made, you have a separate map that has a separate point where each and every small equipment and hardware, you can go and find where in Old Dhaka you can find it. Similar for like a, similar for kind of a hand washing station, right? If you're making a Jengu hand washing station, we exactly know where the raw materials suppliers are. Most of the time for big manufacturers, it's easier for them to find suppliers because the suppliers reach out to them because they want to market their products to them, right? But for small micro enterprises and small enterprises, they don't know where the suppliers are. And also they have a very weird challenge where the suppliers want to supply in bulk, whereas their requirements are very small. And this is where like organizations like BRAC and Field Ready, we're trying to kind of reduce that, increase that level of trust, saying that, okay, these are good manufacturers so that you can supply in small bulk, small amount for time, but go for a prolonged period of time, you will have the same amount of supply from these manufacturers. So that's something we're doing.
Okay, and also, according to a research done by OpenAir, the what's their name? The innovators in Swami, about 80% of them have no knowledge or little knowledge of the maker movement, the global maker movement, which makes them lack that network. So what some technical institutions and universities in Ghana are doing is they're trying to provide training, digital training for these innovators, these makers, so they can learn how to use digital manufacturing tools like laser cutters and 3D printers, because at this rate, Swami magazine is dying slowly due to the increase in technological revolution. So, and they're not catching up because most of them are semi-illiterate or illiterate high school dropouts, and so it's really hard for them to learn all these new technologies. So
it's also top down, like technology, like manufacturers like Tesla, let's say, for example, they say that the product is open source, the technology is open source, but they do not allow like servicing and maintenance of their vehicles outside of their service centers at all. They prohibit, right? And the more and more companies are going to do the same thing. Each and every company, as you said, will have separate softwares for their own maintenance, and it's going to we're going into this really dystopic situation where on the brighter side, you say, oh, we're using electrical, everything is nice, environmentally friendly, but you're killing many thousands of jobs all around the world because a major amount of informal jobs is actually in the automotive sector, in repairing, washing. The first thing you do is make a car workshop, right? If you just want to know how to use a tool. But that job is going to die slowly because to be a car workshop, you now need to know a computer, you now need to own a $10,000 software.
Yeah, thank you for those points. And we do want this to be an interactive session as much as possible. So is there any question from the audience in terms of practicalities, any comments in the context of, really the future of decentralized manufacturing and the reality of that? If there is, we'll throw a microphone your way. But if, so anybody have any comments or something that they'd like to add, feel free. It is a big topic. Oh, we have one question over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Frank, you can elaborate a little bit more on what you said, that there is training for local craftsmen and for the ecosystem there to be connected to the global networks and the global open source, open hardware movements. And I wonder how you do that and how you translate languages, and how do you get this connection done, having this, global digital nomads language and have that connected to a really local production.
Thank you. So some technical universities in Ghana began organizing trainings for innovators at Swami magazine. So it was a long period training, and it was done in both English and their local languages because most of them can't speak English. But the sad thing about it is, after your training, most of them gave up because of the cost of buying computers and other digital tools. So that has also been a problem and part of the reason why Swami magazine has been on the verge of collapse. Is that okay?
Yeah. A bit of a solution to that. We have this project where we started about thinking about creating content for training the makers, right? And we looked at all the existing availability of all the open source documents. What we then decided was we try to make it a little bit more customized. So with our partners NextMap Foundation and Odyssey NextMap Foundation in the US and Odyssey in Greece, we did an initial survey for all the makers, that we wanted to train, not all, about 120 of them, where we tried to create a questionnaire on what the kind of skills do they want to learn, what's the methodology do they want to learn, when do they want to learn, and all of that. So, and then based on that, we customized our content for them, because you can have a traditional, again, as I said, there's a big gap between what the learning is in the global north in terms of AI and robotics and electronics, the advancement around it, whereas down in our part of the world, we need a separate sort of content even. So we created a customized content for those makers. We're using examples that has examples from Bangladesh, that is examples from South Asia, in India and Nepal, so that the content looks a lot more customized, and that translates well in terms of learning outcomes for the makers.
Thank you. I hope that gave some insight, but it is a challenge that I think everybody's still, I guess, realizing and trying to figure out. But I think there's also a lot of potential with the vocational training centers pivoting their business models and their training content. Because as an example, coming from Namibia, there's a lot of people being trained in vocational training across the entire country, and a lot of government money that goes into that. However, at the same time, the skills they're learning are really carpentry, woodworking, metalworking, and that's not necessarily taking us to the future or the vanguard.
I think there's also an opportunity to come at it more from the demand side than the supply side as well. And instead of looking at delivering sort of training courses that have a standard curriculum, to actually look at how people who have the skills in digital technologies can work with the small scale manufacturers and help them to improve their own quality levels. This is something that, that a Field Ready program was doing in Uganda, Kenya, Iraq, and Bangladesh with a lot of success. So sending manufacturing engineers in to work with SMEs, you know, down to like really small companies, and going through a process of, you know, teaching them about quality control processes and how to improve what they were doing. So I think that kind of, you know, more market-based approach is also really needed.
I think that's also, we have one question or comment from the l'audience.
Thank you. How do makerspaces and fab labs need to change if they're going to be part of a decentralized manufacturing network? They're not necessarily places of production right now.
I think that segues quite nicely into our next topic for our discussion today. And I think that really is about the power of networks, the power of information and knowledge sharing, and of documentation and resources. So I'll hand that over to Kuldeep to comment there as well, just looking at how mapping and information can really change the future of manufacturing.
I have a more of an existential question back on that space. Like, we talk a lot about, you know, from the development sector side and the humanitarian sector side, we see fab labs and maker spaces as their potential for manufacturing, potential for skilling and employment and youth. But how many of the fab labs and maker spaces really want it? Right? How many of the fab labs and maker spaces, there are many thousands of fab labs and maker spaces, do they really all want to be part of that manufacturing change? Do they really want to, most of the fab labs and maker spaces are created they're not started with that. And sometimes as development agencies and, when we try to bring in the social change angle, we sometimes feel like they feel forced to adopt that social impact angle. And do they really want it? Should makerspace and fab labs just be places for fun and experimentation and joy? Because well-being, as you said, is a very important part of making and not necessarily part of employment and skilling and manufacturing. So there is a space for a fab lab and makerspace to just exist without the manufacturing, without that any sort of social change and social impact angle. And we should be able to respect that. And we should only engage with makerspace and fab labs who want to be part of manufacturing as a foundational basis. You had a question.
Question in the back. Okay, wait. I'll do the run. Hand over the run. Thank you.
Hello. So you've been speaking about the human resources and how people learn how to do a job. Have you made any research from the product side of the question? Because we did, back in the Fab Lab I work with, in getting something that is open source international and bring it to the lab, and then creating this ability to teach. Okay, we are taking ideas from the world and helping people to learn how to make it locally. Okay, this is one thing. But it was on external demand. So have your project made a research of which products would be easier to start the process of decentralizing production?
Thank you for the comment. I think it's interesting to have different perspectives from fab labs as well, and then tech spaces, hacker spaces, and maker spaces. From our side, if we gathered exactly what you were asking, we're not particularly only research based. We're trying to create an amount of resources that can be really practically used and tangible. So we're trying to bring in capacity building activities, resources for that, resources for the labs, and bring all of that together to try and create something cohesive that allows for the community to connect and find, I guess, some sort of engagement and relativity to what they're trying to do in their relative spaces, because they are so different, especially between Europe and Africa. I hope that answers your question somewhat. Oh, the products. There will be a series of products that will come out of that. Yes. So from maker passports to maker business models, open source business models, to a variety of things. But I think that's also maybe something we can also talk about just within the next few slides, and then come back to you on some of the things that we'll be doing. But it's there will be outputs, not just research, not just white papers, if that helps. Yeah, we're more tangibly orientated. So that'll be great. And then Anna also wanted to just add a comment from looking at the Fab Labs and the reality of manufacturing in the future.
Yeah, thanks. So one of the things that I'll be creating is an open catalogue of business models. And part of the work I'm doing to develop that, I think, comes back to the question that was asked before about, how the role of makerspaces may change in some contexts. I mean, I think that the educational role that Fab Labs and makerspaces are so good at is always going to be absolutely fundamental. But I think that there may also be some new types of roles that come in if we look at having Fab Labs as kind of nodes to bring the established manufacturing base more into a globally networked but locally circular system. One of those roles, I think, may be around quality control. It could be around the provision of specific machinery that can, enable precision. Then somebody can weld them up together, and you can have a very different level of quality than if all of the first parts have been cut by hand. It can also be, I think there may be a role in terms of makerspaces either themselves or hosting businesses that become quality bureaus able to certify local manufacture for external parties. So they would, this would need a whole system of training, of credibility, of certification. But I think that's one of the directions that we should be looking in as well.
We also had a question in the back. Great.
Yes, thank you. Michelle here from Hamburg. I wanted to jump in the point of the quality factor, what you mentioned, Anna, quality factor. In this process, so how is the process of developing quality factors and also assess these quality factors locally? Because my experience was also there are no quality factors yet, and also there is no, it is like the trust also to more globalized networks is there. So we need a starting point there to define local quality factors. So how is your experience here? Thanks.
Yeah, this is one of the major questions that, whenever we try to get humanitarian agencies like UNICEF, UNHCR to buy products from makers, the first thing they'll question is whether it's good quality or not, right? And what we've done is we've looked at digital fabrication. 3D printing has one of the most robust quality control. If you are manufacturing 3D printing, you've got the most robust quality control and very, it's over more than necessary quality control that is needed to produce any 3D printing part, right? What we have done in Bangladesh is we've replicated sections of the quality control models of 3D printing and put that rigor into traditional manufacturing and normal manufacturing with small and medium enterprises. So we're reducing the acceptable quality level percentage, let's say from 4% to even 1% at times. So that, even if 1% of the part is damaged, you throw away the whole batch, right? And that kind of stringent measures of quality control, like AQL, and we also get them to not just monitor the parts, like final parts per FPS, but we force them to do, but I'm talking about force meaning like as consumers, right? But we, on field ready side, we train them to properly do first article inspection. We look at not just 3 golden samples, we ask 7 golden samples. We don't do just FPS, but we do tool quality inspection. We want the report from tool qualities. So we create this enormous amount of data on quality control that that kind of tries to convey and try to convince the consumers these are UNICEF and UNHCR and IOM. So like digital fabrication, taking the digital fabrication quality control methods and bringing that to traditional manufacturing is something we're doing.
Okay, in terms of quality control too, Swami Magazine is like one big messy maker space that hosts over 12,000 workshops. So there is enormous competition among these makers. So the quality is set by the competition of the makers. So the number of clients or customers you get depends on the quality of your product or of your service. So they make sure that they maintain a certain standard of quality due to the competitiveness of the space.
Yeah, and maybe also just to add that if you look at this map that one of our colleagues on the project also mentioned from the Internet of Production Alliance, part of that in the project that we're working on as a consortium is creating standards so that we can have some set of quality control to support the maker networks. That's really our goal, is not to do a top-down but more bottom-up approach and try and engage people and find out what would support and help. So any of your comments and feedback I think are really valuable to us. Anna?
Thanks. I just wanted to add on to the quality question that in my experience, there's quite a big gap between many of the open hardware projects that are developed and documented and something that is actually ready to go into production in a significant way. And one of the things in that gap is the quality documentation, but it's something that can be brought in at the design stage. So if you think about how when you're designing something, how you're going to check that each one that comes off a production line is actually going to work and do what it's supposed to do. You know, that's something that needs to be built in.
For every iteration of a design, we do risk assessments. So, and a big part of quality control is the risk assessment part. And that putting that rigor, and also not just like telling the makers what to do, but as he said, sending our some Fab Lab managers as manufacturing engineers and sending them to the local factories and training them for a period of 2-3 days, and sometimes bringing them together and training them what is the quality control that is required. So that capacity building is very important, and it has to not be condescending, it has to be collaborative.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope we gave you some good insight and feedback.
Definitely.
Thanks. And I think as well that just brings up the topic to a certain degree of, networks, but thinking about the context of prototyping, sandbox spaces that are being created compared to small scale manufacturing, and then going into larger scale and being able to fit these orders that are, brought together. But maybe we could touch a little bit on the power of how networking and this knowledge exchange can, improve the possibility for future manufacturing. And I'll hand it over to Anna and then to Frank.
Thanks, Kirsten. I mean, I think there's multiple levels of networks that are necessary here. So the first one is kind of, human connection, like knowing people in other places and the exchange of ideas and, inspiration and so on. But I also think that we can and should be far more ambitious than that and should be starting to look at networked computer systems and infrastructures that enable the sort of the fast systematized sharing of data of certain types, like of manufacturing capacities in the machine map. In the future, I think there's a need to have similar globally available data on, for example, materials, availability and equivalencies. So that's one of the key things for being able to localize a design. And ultimately, demand and supply management. So when you're looking at a network of many small-scale manufacturers who, you don't have one of them who has a capability to make 10,000 of something. You might have 1,000 of them that can each make 10. And so managing that, there is a requirement for the development of all of these systems. So I think that, for me, is the potential of what networking can bring is to really enable these decentralized nodes to act as a network.
And Frank thanks Anna, no, I think that's a very valuable point. And Frank, coming from the Ghanaian side and being part of, let's say, Global Innovation Gathering, being part of new networks, having the Africa Arch network, how do you see the power of these networks in the term, of future manufacturing and supporting the makers and the make spaces?
Well, at the moment, all the networks are local. In places like the Swami magazine, or they have these locally established networks among themselves. Like Anna said, one person cannot make about 10,000. So what they do is they share among themselves, and there is collaboration and partnership between them. So they've established this local networks in manufacturing, but there is no international network, which is quite sad, because I think if there was, they could do much more amazing things than they are already doing. And I think it is one of the faults of this space, because I don't want to say it's an unwillingness to evolve, but they're stuck in their traditional ways, and that is kind of also hurting the space. So they have established manufactured networks among themselves, among the Swami magazine. They know each other. They know where to go for this, who to go for that. There is that network, but other than that, there is no other network. So these are some of the problems that most universities, most technical and vocational universities are trying to solve, creating a network outside of that Swami magazine area and outside of Kumasi and Ghana, and trying to connect them to other spaces in Africa and also globally.
Thanks. And Kuldeep?
Yeah, there is a big role of digital platforms here, right? If we're envisioning a distributed manufacturing ecosystem, it has to work on the demand and supply side, like platforms like Needs List, and maybe better open source platforms than Needs List. I think Needs List is not an open source platform, unfortunately. So platforms like Needs List can manage the demand and supply, match them, but then what products, then you need, there are existing platforms, distributed design, that have a portfolio, a plethora portfolio of products that can be used and tapped into to link to that distributed manufacturing platform. Now, there is a challenge with regards to not every product in the distributed design platform has that quality control design set up, the risk assessment documents, the maker manual that is standardized. But there is the distributed design platform, I see hints of seeds of that where standardization is needed, but platforms that connects the demand and supply, then provides a portfolio of products that can be used using distributed manufacturing, a map of places where we have mapped where the workshops are, what kind of machines are there, what is the capability to make the products. Now a mapping of suppliers, a platform that has suppliers information, and then the last part is the quality control. How do you do a mix of in-person plus remote and hybrid quality control? I think that's where creating platforms will allow this decentralized local manufacturing to actually flourish, because the knowledge has to be global, whereas the implementation has to be very local.
And also, as part of the objective of Africa Arch and Africa Arch Summit, we try to create these networks to connect these local manufacturers to platforms also.
And I think there's a lot of exciting work going on in the area of developing these kind of platforms. I was at a great workshop yesterday with the Interfacer guys, and there's some really exciting stuff happening. And I'd love to see all of the efforts sort of kind of come together and as make sure that we can get further faster and not have competing systems.
Yep, and one of our challenges for our Make project as well, and just in the conversation that we have here, is really connecting the hubs and makespaces in Europe specifically to Africa. And that's something that we found as a hurdle already, because there's two different needs sets, two different requirements, two different types of engagements, what the European makers and makerspaces are looking for or need compared to what the African makerspaces are looking for, need support with. So I think that's also something to throw out to the audience if you have any comments or any inputs on how best to connect Africa and European makers to actually create impactful connections and long-term sustainable networks? Maybe that's a deep question for 5:45. I don't know. Maybe we'll let it linger. But yeah, so as we move on, we have about 15 minutes left for our talk. The last topic we wanted to discuss and just give some insight to from our different points of view from different continents as well is looking at systems and how systems need to change in order to support the reality of the future of decentralized manufacturing. So I'll hand over to Anna to kick us off.
So I think probably one of the biggest systemic changes that's needed is around the area of funding. We have got a world manufacturing system based on centralization that's developed because of long setup times and it not being practical to get accurate parts unless you're making a lot of them at once. And that system has got more than a century of investment in optimizing it. And it's going to take us time to develop the systems that enable a decentralized model to compete with that on all factors. I mean, there are many ways in which it already can, but there's also a lot further to go. And I think maybe one thing that we as a movement could be doing better is to be more systematic about collecting and sharing impact data, whether that's economic impact, environmental impact, and so on. I think that we could be working together more to build up the picture of why the investment is needed to make more of this a reality.
Yep, I think those are really good points. Frank, do you have some comments in terms of how systems could change and how it could benefit from the Ghanaian point of view?
Well, like you said, the European and the African needs differ. For African, and specifically the Ghanaian and Swami magazine perspective, there are a lot of things wrong with the system. If we talk about electricity, we could talk about education, but mostly the space. Due to the success of Swami magazine when it began, it has encouraged most people to venture into the art of making, which is great, which is amazing. But it had made that the magazine very overpopulated, and there's a high dependency on the resources, the land and the electricity of that space. So, if a system was put in place where the model of Swami magazine was replicated in other regions of not only Ghana and also Africa, I think that would be also a perfect system.
Thank you. And I think as well, looking at things like we're trying to do in the project is how do you engage political institutions, the governments, the mayors. So we've made some interesting mayoral groups that are looking at innovation in the cities across Africa as one area. Fab cities as well, and how they can support government being involved in makerspaces and allowing more of these to be set up. I think that's very valuable as well in terms of bringing the top-down approach to meet the bottom up in the middle somehow and create some change through that as well. Kuldeep?
Yeah, and when you're talking about systems and trying to change systems, we're creating in Bangladesh. We've created this distributed manufacturing system architecture that follows a systems change method especially that is focused on how development at the humanitarian sector can work with makers using distributed manufacturing and what will that lead to. Whereas now when you look at it from a systems thinking perspective, you will have institutional structures with their own sets of barriers. They have different sets of adverse incentives. They've got their own set of constraints which doesn't allow them to go beyond than what they are mandated to, and then there is limited opportunities in the institution. So even though institution wants to change, they like the idea, but there are existing incentives that is not matching. They already have constraints not just from inside the organization, but that is given by the donors with regards to auditing and M&E work, so that they, for example, the people we train to make soaps, let's say we can't buy it from them because they don't have a trade license. Right? How does that even make sense? Like we train those people for entrepreneurship and manufacturing, but until they're big, we can't buy it from them. So that's a constraint that is created in the system itself. And then the other part of it is on the maker side, from small and medium enterprises to small micro entrepreneurs and makers, there is limited capacity and then is limited connections. I think, so if you look at it from a systems change perspective, you need to alter those institutional barriers, create better pathways that will lead to better outcomes for those individuals. I think we need to look at it from, as I said, 6 or 7 different blocks of distributed manufacturing exist independently. Now, we need to now create those dots, connecting those dots, and looking at it from a systems perspective. System thinking is very important. If we just focus on a singular linear approach, it's not going to work.
And something that I feel very strongly about is that looking at the business models needs to be a bigger part of how we think about these systems, because that's something that can, really create a pull for change. And I think in the past, manufacturing enterprises have typically competed with each other on the proprietary knowledge of their product or how to make it. But if we look at a decentralized manufacturing network, we can imagine a situation where manufacturing enterprises are competing on their proximity to the customer and ability to deliver things fast, and where it actually becomes in their interests to share knowledge openly with other nodes on how best to do that.
A big challenge in that is, how do you, let's say in a distributed manufacturing system, if you look at traditional procurement angle, it's a multi-vendor procurement, right? If you do a multi-vendor procurement where you have multiple vendors making the same product, then how do you decide whom to give tender to? And now proximity comes into that question. Now a production amount comes into question. Who is making comes into question. Like things that are not truly about manufacturing come into question. Like social equity comes into question. Like, is it made in China or is it made in locally? Now, if you are judging your procurement and tender documentation and marking them based on whether they are hyper-local or local or international, then creates another layer of selection, a question regarding who do you select to decide whom do you select to manufacture? That's a big question that we still need to answer.
Yep, I think that's a really good point. And I mean, if you look at the case like Namibia is one example, the government contains the procurement regulation. So if you want to create any hardware in the country, you have to have Microsoft, etc., etc. So you already have hurdles in front of you to try and do anything when it comes to hardware. And maybe for Frank, coming from the Africa Open Hardware Science side of things, how do you weigh in on that? Challenged. It's a tough one.
We're still figuring it out. But it's a tough one.
Yep, and I guess that's why we have this panel and sharing this information with everybody, is that it's not as easy as it sounds, and it's not going to be this, plug and play, one-stop shop that happens overnight. But I think the more the network brings a great group of people together, we share the information, we do our best to, gather information from you all, doing all the amazing things everybody's doing, will help us to get there. Kuldeep?
I've got just one last anecdotal issue. When we look at things at a very small level, and that impacts the global manufacturing itself, right? UNICEF and your other UN agencies are now going on making these things called the kits, where they are not just procuring one bucket separately, soap separately, and sanitary napkins separately. They're creating wash kit. They're creating hygiene kit. So that only people that can gather all these products into one are able to sell it to them. Now, and then that means that again, these big oligopolies who can manufacture multiple things at a time and then create those kits will be able to apply for tenders, and that completely destroys the entire individual manufacturer who can only make a bucket, who can only make a soap. And a human-centered design that is specifically designed for improving refugees' interaction on getting everything together all at once now is leading to complete destruction of local manufacturing.
I have got a bit of good news for you on that front, Kuldeep. So we're hoping to get funding for a bid that we've actually been making jointly with UNICEF to explore the possibility of setting up local kitting operations that will buy from local manufacturers.
Thanks. So that brings us. Oh, did we have a question? Yes. Thank you. Bring it on. Step on down.
Okay. What I figured out, we are talking about distributed manufacturing, but we are focusing on distributed tendering or distributed bidding process. We are talking about SMEs who can produce a little bit of amount, but the buyer or the donor is basically asking for a huge amount they are not capable of doing. This is the new point.
That's the issue of multi-vendor contracting. If you have like, if only a maker can make, let's say 1,000 items, and your need is, let's say 20,000, and organizations have to open up tenders, right? It's not like a private company where they can decide, oh, this thing looks good. Can you make 100? Oh, you can't make 100. Can you find those 10 people who can make 100 of these? Oh, let me give it to them. It's such an easy way to do it in a private sector situation. But when you're working with institutional money, you're not in charge of that money. You are responsible for someone on properly using that money. So they give it the responsibility to this tendering process. That is a big issue and this is something that we need to solve for the future of distributed manufacturing, like multi-vendor contracting.
Yeah, I think if we look a long way into the future, I'm hoping it'll be much less necessary because as I think we move to models of things being produced locally, you can produce much more on demand. And I think that when we think about things like aid distributions, anyway, the sector is starting to move more towards giving people money so that they can decide for themselves what they want. How radical is that? But the reality for the next, at least 20, 30 years is that we're going to have to work with these situations where you've got huge purchasers. And so I see it as a really important transitional step for creating this decentralized manufacturing network, that we find ways to make it easy for them to engage with it as well.
Thank you. We have one more question as well. Thank you.
So coming from the development cooperation side, so it is true what you say that the regulations are quite strict on tendering, etc. But there's always a workaround, I can totally assure you. And it really depends on the people, if they want to do that extra step and to go the extra hassle and, use a different type of contract, giving a stipend instead of, or just support a maker instead of just buying the product. So there are ways to work around it. So my proposal would be then, Anna, to add to your open source business model a platform to add also these lessons learned, like what could donors actually do in order to engage with? So to have like these lessons learned or these best practices also there.
Policies are hard to change, but as I mentioned yesterday in a policy panel that personnel is policy sometimes. So, policies and rules are two different things. You can bend the policies as if you got good personnel. You can bend the policy just enough so that it doesn't break the rule. And that's what you're trying to imply. I think big organizations will take a lot of time to change their policy. If in order to change the policy of a UNICEF procurement system, it's going to take 10 years, right? Because it's going to multiple different countries and it doesn't work. But if you got good personnel at a hand, personnel who looks at things on an exponential angle, bending the policy to adjust so that you're at least not breaking the rule, that's very important.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, that we can add value by providing resources for donors to be able to utilize the manufacturers and what they're doing. We have just a few minutes to close off. If there's any last words, Frank, anything from you? Shout outs.
What I would say is, I hope that in the case of the Swami magazine, we come up with systems, appropriate, efficient systems in managing the space and also providing education, digital education to the makers on how to use digital manufacturing tools. Because I believe that it's a long way to go, and this space is full of so many creatives and so many innovatives that are working together to change the perspective, the technological perspective in Africa.
Deep, last words. I know they'll never be.
I was just telling Anna that I've spoken a lot. I've taken a lot of time, sir.
Okay, so last word for me would be just to say how much I appreciate being at this event, and I think that things like this are so important in helping to, break us out of our silos and engage with different points of view, different insights. That there are problems that I've been thinking about for years that I've gained new insights on over the last few days, and I'm hoping to carry on doing that.
Thanks. So thank you to the panel. Thank you to FabFest for having us. Please follow our work on makeafricaeu.org. Please share any of your insights, information. We want to hear from you. So just a big round of applause for everybody, and thank you, and enjoy the evening as well.
Okay, thank you very much, panel. As I said, it's close to my heart, so I have to give a special thank you. Thank you. And everybody must stick around because we start on our social program, which will be an amazing lineup, which Ida will introduce to you now. They'll be setting up for about 5-10 minutes, and then they're going to start on this stage right here. So we're going to transform this into the disco vibe. So Ida will get the program up in a minute. Everybody get ready to dance, and the food court is open till 8. So if you can grab an umbrella and get over there, good for you. If not, chill, grab a beer, and we'll start the music pretty soon. Thank you very much, and this closes this session.
Hello. Yay. So we're starting with our social program. And Gato is already around here in the back. Welcome him. And our first artist will be Subtle. So they're just like switching the tables and everything, also like putting up the equipment. So guys, go over to the cafe, grab some beers, and please feel free to listen to the awesome music from Sado, the Mars Attack, RD, and Jungle Kitchen as the last one. So the program is from 6 to 10, or maybe a bit longer, depends on the artists. Yeah. A bit more excitement, please.
Okay. But we don't stream this thing, right?
No.
Because I'm going for dinner. Out with Cherry.
But why streaming this? It's only like
Okay.
No, streaming, we're not going to stream that. But could you just help us with the if they need to, they want to put their laptop.
They are going to set up here?
Yeah, they're going to set up like a table.
Okay. People know that they have to stay here? Do they need this screen? So
I'm going to ask.
they need to tell all these people if they